What's up, y'all? Another stream, Tuesday night. Looks like we're heading past this high for the overnight session. All right, we have, this is SPX, so this is the overnight high. Current protected high. SPX, so this high in this GEX level. So kind of feels like we're gonna make our way up here, but need to break out of this level. We're in a pretty heavy consolidation right now. So, but momentum is up. Swept the low New York, which was right here at 1220. But we didn't sweep the low New York, my bad. My bad. Still got this New York low here. But our range is our opening. Right here. This is the high and the low. So right now, the range. See, there's lots of buying effort up here. A little bit exhausted. Not a lot of aggressive selling pressure up here. And we're starting to build a fair value base. So I could see it's coming back down to test this level right here, or making a decision on which way to go. Favorite. Hate the fact that I can't fucking click on an easy ass line. So the worst part of Deepcharts is the interaction between some of the things. Like, why can't I click on this fucking line, right? Why can't I? Tell me. Because I'm not on the edge of it? That's why. So you can't click on the middle of a line. Interesting. Kind of not very intuitive, but that's okay. I love the platform. I'm just saying, it's an opinion. going? Media. Not sure why I can't hear it. There we go. Okay, so 29,850 could be a target. Kind of feel like 29,850 to 29,860. So on the right here, we have some options levels, and these are 0-day to expiration options levels. Yeah, I'm sure all those values are cool, but not sure how to use them yet. So essentially these show positive and negative gamma at each level for 0 DTE options. I mean, we could obviously, not so obviously, but we could change this to less than a day, and it's going to change the profile, but not much. So is that 851 million? Let's take a look at that number changes. 850 million. Very little. That's a big level, and that's why there's a negative gex level here. And when we're above it, it kind of suggests that we could likely continue in the same direction. But interesting, on the, this is SPX, right? We are finding resistance at this positive gex level right here. All this aggressive buying is happening. Sellers are trying to push it down, but not necessarily doing the best job. Or maybe they're distributing. Maybe they're just feeding the aggressive buyers and absorbing it all up. Okay, and we look at the heat map. I am in a position, small position, but kind of see where kind of in balance at the moment. See this huge range. Okay, we got to do something about this. This is not acceptable. Even less. Just enough to know it's there. Yeah, I like that. 4%. The line smaller. And let's save this configuration. Call this range box gray 10%. Guess that's good enough. Save. That's going to be the default from now on. All right, so we're clearly in this range. We're going to need to see the extremes tested before we really get involved with anything other than what we already have at risk. Our plan is to add on down here at these levels. These are supposed to simulate stop runs, but it's not always the case. It's just big players, big orders being executed in a small amount of time. So you can sometimes see the price came up, bunch of orders were triggered, aggressive orders, and then price went through. It would be shorts that have buy stops, right? So shorts get in down here. Example, I don't think I can't put it, but shorts. Make this a default too. Make it white. 1 and dots bigger. Manage will save a new configuration and we'll add this white line dot. Save it. Now, whenever we create a line, do we make it white? Maybe it needs to be 2. There we go. So maybe we get in like right here, and then who knows? But what we do know, that large orders were triggered here. Okay. And they happened the same place where there's lots of limit orders. And sometimes stops get hit right after a stop run in the opposite direction because price rips both directions extremely fast. It's like a little snapback and then maybe builds itself back up even higher, right? Now we're seeing some movement up towards that level we discussed earlier, about 24 ticks right now. Likely target the top of this range. Stop loss below the range. If we feel it's going against us, we'll definitely get out of there faster. Okay, so a bunch of limit orders just printed, tapped into it. See, sellers are loading up, buyers rip through. Prices continue to move. Some more limit orders resting at 930, 29, 836. Like those orders got pulled. I think we'll take the 132 ticks. Top of that range. That was a big move. 29,820. 29,842. 20. So 20 points on that move. 20 points on that move. It's 80 ticks. We got a little bit more than that, so we got a little bit more than 25. That's a good trade. Now we're testing these highs up here. Because we are in a range, not looking to necessarily break the range right now. Maybe we just continue to go back and forth. Okay, let's change the view. Now we're out of that trade. We can see that we're moving up towards this resistance level, protected high. Definitely more room to the top. But we have 522 This is 1 day to expiration. We're gonna come back to 0 days to expiration. I like using 0 days to expiration. I don't have enough experience. Oh, it is 0. Okay, I don't have enough experience to know which one is what I should be using when, especially during overnight. I don't know how much it matters. But last night I appeared to see some ways to use the levels. You can see we're back here again. This time we came down, tested. There's sellers here, they got absorbed. Buyers came back in, buyers got absorbed. So we're just in a battle here, right? We're in this range. Have buyers getting absorbed up here and aggressive buyers here where we haven't come back to test yet in this imbalance area. So we got this big imbalance right here. This area is the most likely area to maybe come back, retest, and maybe try to break back into this consolidation range. $21 of consolidate. It's not 21 minutes, my bad. Let's see here. 9:13 Eastern to 11:21. So 2 hours plus consolidation. So is this where we break out? 3 minutes to 30-minute candle close. I pull up a chat. Yo, what's up? How you doing? Part-time Bruce Wayne. I recognize you. Welcome back. How you doing tonight? Part-time Bruce Wayne. The old school Batman. So it looks like we broke the range. Okay, so this is a good sign. So what I'm looking for is us to tap back deep into this range to take it out again. Okay, so I think we could continue to go higher here. Definitely looks like we have the momentum. So lined up with less than 10 contracts per level. We have 12 at the bottom of the range. We have some up here, but I would assume that we kind of come back probably to this previous level of interest here. Also where some big orders got triggered, some stops and shit. So looking for a pullback actually there. We're gonna get a little lower. Then we'll look at some order flow. The it's this level right here. Stop loss behind the range. Big profit. Top of the range again. 207 ticks if we get the trade. We got aggressive sellers. This level. Aggressive buyers at this level. That's the most significant delta level of the. I started. Not necessarily. Got down here too. Between low volume node right here. This, I think it's a little easier. Something like that. Break through this zone to the other side, it's pretty clear indication that we're probably going to rotate back down, or a clearer indication. Right now, started tracking this. This is 1800-ish. Guess so. This is the most of the Globex session here. Okay, we're approaching our target. May not enter, but it's coming to the target fast. A different account here, being a little bit more conservative with this account. The other account I have 7,500 in drawdown, so I'm probably down like 400 or 500 on that one right off the bat. This down move crushed me to start the session. Managed to fight our way back on the way back up. All right, so back to these options levels. We're kind of stuck between these two big, well, these three big levels here, two big levels. These levels right here. So clear this out. So what we can see this was the New York high right here. Okay, this is the protected high. I do think we go for that high. All these levels up high, like X levels below, we just have this one that usually acts as padding along with all of these, or a dampening or a slowing of a down move. Also, we had this Gex heat map area, which tapped into, but we're unable to break. We have another pretty strong Gex heat map area down here. Negative Gex. Make it extended. So this is kind of where we're at, right? And we broke above that level. So made the high first, came in, made the low, got some more momentum, and we're starting to try to come out to take out. Thinking maybe this New York high. Okay, so we did not get filled. Okay, so we missed our fill by about point. There's still time. But if it leaves the range immediately now, second, I got this massage gun running, so my neck hurts. Just leave the mic off for a moment. Back in a minute. All right, so exactly what we thought we wanted to see just happened here. Problem is we just didn't get filled, right? We were a little too conservative. So next time we put it right on this previous demand zone. A lot of limit orders there. Sometimes it taps into it twice though, so maybe we get a second shot. Maybe it does come in a little bit deeper. So maybe we're still okay. Put on this high volume node on the volume profile. I think it's going to need some energy to, there were some, so overall, like down in this area, this is where sellers just couldn't get it done. This area. So sellers couldn't get it done. So we leave this level, tap into the 50% before deciding which direction to go. That's kind of how I look at these zones. We can also see up here though, price is just running. It gets close to this passive demand zone right here, and it just reverses. We're making higher highs, higher lows, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, lower high. So I like this for a continued move up. This would have been the best entry though, right where we're at. But we could continue just to range, right? We break the extreme edge, reject, and make our way back down to the bottom. So I mean, I could see a case for a short, but looks like there's buyers, although very thin liquidity book. There's buyers. Price is moving up back to the top of this range that we were in for more than 2 hours. So looks like the distribution got pushed up. So we have this huge area of that we just ripped through. The 2 hour range. So what will happen? We are gonna find out. Back to our order flow view. This is where buyers have been getting absorbed up here, right in this area. Where most were absorbed, right there. We broke through that and rejected. Also like this level is because we had some large aggressive orders step in here, even though they got pushed down prior to that. It looks like there were some more aggressive orders down here. They were protected and sellers got absorbed right here, and price continued to push up. So I really do think we return back down to here eventually. So kind of looks like mean reversion at the moment, back to the range. Take the whole swing now, including the previous swing down, which is right here. Kind of zoom into another dimension. Okay, so VWAP for this range is right here. Basically, this is absorption by buyers. Then another demand zone right here. But there's even more aggressive buying right here for this whole range. This would be where the most aggressive buying occurred session by either side. I take that back. Let's see here. This is where, again, we had some huge absorption, aggressive selling that didn't get a result. Not a say massive. So that would be a level 2. Future consideration, but have to pay attention. So it's kind of what we're looking at. We're in this consolidation range, but we stepped up a little bit and we're holding above this level. Green level right here, which I think is important. The bullish case. Okay, so we had some negative exposure here. And price kind of ripped through it. So at the moment, I don't think there's a trade to be had. So we're just gonna wait. No trade. And when I think this would be the first. Okay, so we're retesting the middle of the zone right now. I don't mind jumping in here for a short scalp to try to take it back to the top. I don't even think I need to take on that much risk. So I'm not gonna. Six ticks. Like 80 points, a little more. See that we're tapping into this. Buyers are stepping back in. And we have all these GEX levels to the upside. Might take a while, but I kind of feel like we take out the New York high or pushing back down. I mean, hell, that's what, 29,900. Hey, what's up? How old am I? Why does that matter? How old are you? Welcome, by the way. Over 18 and under 80. The mystery. Like the Wizard of Oz. Nobody knows who the man behind the curtain is. Faceless. The voice. Yeah, whatever, man. Get the fuck out if you're like suspicious. You know how to be here. This isn't for you, it's for me. Like, what does it matter? Seriously. Come with some substance? Oh, thanks. Thanks. I am 46 years old, man. An exercise physiologist, strength and conditioning coach, former professional athlete and coach, and now I'm trying to be a trader, man. Not trying to be rude. It's just thought that was a weird question to start with. Spent 8 years in the army. Um, got an information technology degree. I work for myself. This is my passion and my hobby. It's something I want to be good at by the time I'm 80 years old. So I have plenty of time. So Jonas, do you trade futures? I would assume that's a yes. Or do you use Deepcharts, or what platform do you use? I'm not gonna ask you what your strategy is, but I assume you trade. I think that's a pretty fair assumption. Nice, nice. Who's your favorite coach on Top Step? I'm just curious. Like, or who's your favorite host on Top Step? I don't really necessarily listen to them too much, but I like Top Step. I tune into Top Step, to be honest. It's kind of chill. Depends on which segment. Not a fan of all the segments. My favorite, I'm gonna say my favorite to listen to. Probably Hogue and Jay Cook. Those are probably my two favorites. I think Jay works hard. He's a good host. Yeah, I think Dakota's a legit trader. It's not my favorite to watch or listen to, but I think he's a good trader. I think he just has experience, so he sees stuff and then he acts on it based on his experience. Less talking. more action. But when you don't have a lot of experience, man, you gotta just talk. You gotta talk it out. So that's why I use this channel, just to talk it out, and somebody gets value out of it, cool. But I'm not pimping any codes or anything like that. I don't need to. Yeah, nah, totally. I mean, I get it. I understand, because they don't want to look like fools if they're wrong and take a big L, because it just looks bad for the company. All of them, they pretty much don't put on any size, except, I mean, Dakota puts on the most size, then J2. But even they've gotten Dakota toned down a little bit since after he blew his account. They got him toned down quite a bit. Like, I haven't seen him trade minis in forever, but I don't watch all the time. Just kind of tune in once in a while. But the market's slow as hell tonight, man. There's not much going on. It will, though, right? You gotta just wait for that moment, because it's gonna come. This thing just either rips down or rips up. It's pretty fast too, as it always is. So what platform do you trade with? You said TopStep, but do you obviously probably use TopStep X? All right, so over here on the right side, this is SPX 5-minute chart, and these are all the positive delta gamma levels, or positive exposure levels, excuse me, and all the negative exposure levels. We've been in this block for a while, and I'd like to see us kind of travel to here. That's what I think our potential is for tonight. Or reverting back down to the other side. I do have another chart here that I like to look at. This is more of a 30-day or 3-month profile. This is 90 days. Slow loading because I got so much shit running. There we go. Okay. So essentially what I think is going to happen is that prices this week is going to revolve and rotate around this range right here. That's what I think. Which way it goes first, I don't know. But that's the range I think it moves in. Shorted NQ at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So the reason, we got two interesting things, right? This is an RTH gap right here. This is so need to, I don't know if we fill it, but if we fill it, we probably revert back down to the value area low for the 90-day profile here. And see, we're kind of last few sessions. ETH isn't on here, I don't think, maybe, but we are coming up. It's like we're back to this point of control, right? Retested the point of control from the 4th. And this is the cuck zone right here. It's a yellow zone where I was just like, you really don't want to do anything in there. I still do because I'm stupid. But this is a point of control for the 90 days. So we're below the 90-day point of control. But this is kind of, these two yellow lines are kind of, I don't know. And I believe that's RTH, so I gotta put ETH on here. Okay, so now we're above it. So we broke through it, right? So now this makes sense. I should have been looking at this before. So we broke through this zone, came down, retested the value area low from a previous day profile. This was from the 6th. We tapped into it. Now we're making our way back up. We already tested the value area high, so now we're testing the value area high on this side. Starting to build base right here. This was a previous point of control up here too. So yeah, it looks up to me. $29,880. $29,870. Is that what that is? $29,870. All the way up to 30,400. So maybe we just rally all night. But we're still in the top half of this 2-hour plus range. Yeah, I got wrecked on this right here, this short. This one wrecked me to start the session. And for like 5 micros and maybe 10, maybe actually. I accidentally opened up 30 micros on one and I had to battle back because I had to close it because it went against me immediately. So it was down like 500 in like 10 seconds because instead of 3 micros, I entered 30. So yeah, I like the upside here. It's looking pretty. So likely if we leave this range, I'm gonna look for a tap back into it for a retest, and if there's some aggression there, I'm likely gonna go long. I don't know if we can come back here, to be honest. Like we tapped into this zone, and We've been making higher lows ever since, lower highs. So kind of compressing a little bit, but it looks like it's trying to break out, and not a lot of selling here. I don't see a lot of passive. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's going up. Yo, I want to see a retest of that top of this zone. I want to break out, then come back to. I don't know if it comes back to here, so I want it to. Tough. Where is the best? It's really down here. Maybe we get a second tap into this. I would take a second tap into this. So I'll tell you the thing that helps me the most when I'm streaming is I trade differently because I feel like somebody's watching me. So I don't mind taking on size. I just feel like I need to force myself to think through everything a little bit better. This is called Deepcharts. So this is like a book map here where it shows the limit orders. It has multiple facets, and then these are the limit resting orders. This is aggressive buying and selling over here on the right, and this is the volume profile. And these are all for the day, so for the session. There's other ones too. You can pull up an RTH profile if you want. So that's this, and then over here, it's actually two platforms. This is Deepcharts, which is made by the same people. For some reason, they couldn't put the heat map in the same platform for whatever reason. But on the right here, this is real-time option levels from the CBOE. And at night, it's a little tricky because the volume's a lot lower. But you can see like this level, 0 date to expiration, there's 946 million contracts here in positive gamma, negative gamma contracts here, and then you can see them, the highest, most important levels. Gex levels, and what happened, and then there's also these heat map levels where you can see price reacts a lot from these options heat map levels. So what I'm really interested in right now is using option levels to figure out where options dealers are hedging, because 52% of the market makers or options dealers are the market makers. It's like a sports book basically. Anything they do over here in the options, they generally hedge in the underlying stock asset or the futures market. See if shit. All right. Man. Okay. All right. What the hell? How many times? How many times? I just need to hear it once. So here we go, right? We should see a little bit of a retracement here, and then I think we go. but I think this is where I might get into a long here. So we're going to remove this order. Let's put the trade panel up. A little bit of it. It may not come back, but I'm going to be conservative. So it's running for these limit orders up here right now. Let's see if it kind of stops before them, breaks back down to this level. Lots of limit orders there. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. Come on down. Come on down, baby. I'm going to come in for 3. Market smash it. Yeah, I pay for it. The data is level 2, so I just pay like 30 bucks a month through, I mean, for now I have it through Apex, but I have DX feed. Yeah, and then I have some stuff that I have API access through data bents. I pay a lot of money for data. So I probably pay about, I don't know, $1,500 a year on data and tools. All right, you ready? Here we go. It's time. Tap back into that little zone there. We're gonna join the bid. A bit lower, baby. You can do it. Because we have those options levels up there, as well as the New York session high, and we're so close. I think we test that before we rotate back down to the other side. We got aggressors front running, so they never came back to the level, so we missed our entry. There's still room though, we can take it still, but we're gonna let it consolidate here. So we just pretty much ripped up one more impulse. Yeah, you need level 2 data to see the resting orders up here, so to see the limit side. So this is the limit side, this is the aggressive buyers and sellers. You can get that with level 1 because it's past, you know, that's what happened in the past. This is what people are waiting to get filled on up here, and there's definitely a change of character right now, so I'm not going to jump on without getting a little bit of a retracement here. I've learned that game. One of my biggest mistakes is jumping in too early, not being patient. The bad trade location, which causes me to basically just take on too much risk, and then there's anxiety. I'd rather miss the trade and wait for my level than try to, I guess they call it chasing, right? So price is extending up. I don't think it's going to stop for a while. We broke through once, tap back in, we broke through again. So this is a strong move. These sellers are no longer here. So the sellers that were here earlier are not here at this level anymore. So price is probably just going to continue to creep up. Next important level I have at this 29,899.50 ish. So very visual, man. I like all the colors and the graphics and stuff more so than just regular charts. Not a fan of candlestick charts that much. All right, here we go. I think we're going to get our entry. See if patience pays off. Okay, we're going to stay here for a sec. I'm not down that much though. It says 2,500, but I have 1,974 profit on NQ, so I have $7,500 drawdown. This is a 300K account. I think we'll trade it on NQ one contract. Still haven't. Okay, so this is interesting right here. So this is what I'm seeing. There's definitely more room up here to move, at least to 7,800 on the S&P 500. And here we start to see some positive delta exposure up here at 29,920. So 29,900 I think we get to. Also, we just had a big aggressive orders print here. Those could have been stops, but this is a 60 range chart. So every 60 ticks. Now that we're breaking out, we're going to change this to a 21 range because we are no longer in that consolidation. 60 range works really good for consolidation. Coming down, we might accelerate into this zone here. So shit, I might front. Patience. There's a lot of room and time. So originally what I was looking for is give these really big aggressive trade orders pop, and I wanted to get in down here, right down here, but we never came back to it. I think we may get another opportunity later, but we just printed another 74 aggressive orders, but those could have been buy stops too, right? Those could have been, I don't think they are though, just based off the location. So these are aggressive players, actually one entity that just dropped within milliseconds of each other 74 aggressive buy contracts, unless it was shorts that were doing a buy stop, right, which forces price to push up a little bit farther and then tap in and break the wall. Okay, so we've got, this is basically saying that there's a slowdown to the downside when you see this little gray bar print, so that means we might be pushing up for another leg. Just to make it a little bit more digestible in the short term, I think this is the entry level right here, if we can get back to it. So we're going to put in a on NQ, we're going to put on a limit buy on that level. Actually, that level. See what happens. Bit on the screen. Like to see how this get absorbed first. So some aggressive sellers step in and just absorb all these orders right here. Starting to break into the wall right now. No, I'm not. I'm actually down. I'm up 1974 on NQ. I am down. I'm down like 500 though on the day. But I take chances, man. No doubt. If I'm down like 500 on the day though. I'm up 350 in my funded futures. See, I missed it, right? I called it and I still didn't take the entry on that level. I moved it down a little bit. Let's see if we get a second tap. I think we could come a little bit deeper. Just gonna try to grab that liquidity there. I think we can rip through it and then maybe snap back up. But I've had some good days, like in 2 days on this account where I'm down about 500. I'm still up 3,300, so I made about 4 grand in 2 days on a 300. I need to make 20K profit in a month, so I like these bigger accounts. Like for me, the bigger the account is better. There it is. This is where we're gonna try to get a little bit of momentum here. Take this all the way up to the high, maybe even higher. Let's now evaluate where do we get in, where do we get out? Okay, so here's a protection level. We're gonna take on some risk here. It'll be a big trade. 500. Make 1170. Come back to this view. We're gonna trail it up. So our risk is below the zone. We're gonna take that up for another leg. So when you see these GEX levels here, the green ones especially, that kind of acts as a support. This is kind of support right here. These right here on the heat map, that's support. And then on the other side, it kind of acts like resistance. You can see we got all of this positive gamma in and then you have a negative gamma, then you start to have like a pinning effect where it kind of just stops. So hence this would be a target. If you're using options levels to help you. Okay. Good so far. We break this high, we're going to put it in break even. Can always re-enter. It's just being safe. I don't care if I get stopped out on break even. It doesn't bother me at all. But I want to get some momentum first. It's a little early to do that. So sellers got absorbed here. Buyers. I don't know if they're always stop runs, is what I'm saying. When it says stop run, all I know is a lot of aggressive orders were triggered. Okay, so when we see these small this is too noisy. Too much shit to look at. Okay, so we're gonna put our stop loss. Gonna trail it up. Always re-enter if we get stopped out. Let's make this bigger. I'll take 13 ticks on an NQ. 4 points. Again. See it in action. Okay, locking in profits. Move it up again. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Have a good day. Right, I'm already happy with the trade. Nice. All right. So picked up a nice little trade there. There could continue to go higher. Always jump back in for some more action. But yeah, that's really bursting, isn't it? Just ripping through all these limit orders. Okay, let's take a look over here and see where we get back in right here. Trailed that pretty tight, but that was where the sellers were. They're no longer here. Now it's buyers. Not a lot of resistance up there. I don't think much is going to stop it. I think it keeps going. That's ES, even though I'm trading on NQ. A little bit farther. That's 10 points. Turn the mic off for a minute. I gotta have a conversation. Should have had the mic off. My bad. Um, so what I'm seeing, okay, is this is where we had a lot of negative uh, delta, so a lot of aggressive selling right here. Stopped the movement up, but we broke through it, came back, retesting it. We broke through it again. So if we can hold this level right here, right, and we can hold above this level right here, this is where we had the most aggressive buying delta. That's why I have my stop behind it, right, giving it a little bit of space here. We also had an absorption here where buyers stepped in at the bottom, just pretty much wrecked sellers, right? So you got some trapped shorts down here. That's what I think. So it looks pretty good right now. There's more room to the upside. We have to hold this level right here. We don't hold that level, my next area of interest is going to be down here. But I'll take the stop out here and then try to take another shot when price returns to this area where aggressive buyers or sellers got absorbed before. Could be all the way down here too. So I don't know. This zone hasn't been touched yet though, so you can see us reverting all the way back down, but there's just so much strength to the upside here. You can just see this. There's just so much strength. I don't really see it slowing down yet. Anything could happen. So we're probably gonna cuck around here for a bit. So we break through this low, I'm probably gonna exit, or this right here. Break through this level, we're likely gonna exit. Yeah, I think I got a little hasty on this entry. I'm gonna have to sweat a little bit. But I do like all of the protection that we have. Looks like the third drive down, get a reaction around here. So we're risking a max of 380 on this trade. We're locking in that risk. See this positive delta profile for options. Generally speaking, that's an area where price kind of slows down and dampens. And then when you see these red negative delta zones, it's generally an area where options levels where price is going to accelerate through them. So it already kind of accelerated through them once, and we're coming back through and playing again. These levels are calculated on these options and not exact, but you can see we have downward pressure, downward pressure, downward pressure. So 3 drives down. Let's see if we can turn it around, and this is where we had downward pressure stop before. Downward pressure stop a little bit higher, so we would hope that buyers step in higher once again, or at least equal, and continue to push the price up, or at least not much lower. The restroom. Let's see if we get stopped out while I'm in the restroom. Rather happen then, so I don't move my stop. All right. Stand up and stretch for a while. But I'm not sure what's going on here. But the range we broke out of, tap back into 50% of it, left it again, broke it, and we're starting to move higher. So that's yes. Now there were some GEX levels here, but I don't know where they disappeared to. So maybe they changed after that push up. Because I don't see them anymore. Thinking like here though, like 7,800. That's the target. Okay. We got 11 o'clock Mountain Time. Probably got a few more minutes to see how this plays out, but I am trying to get some rest for tomorrow. Finish up this trade, call it good for the night, take a nap, come back for London overnight. Okay, so might actually get out this a little bit early. Getting tired, but we'll see. So I'm looking for speed here. Give it some time to play out here. So we have pressure here. We have absorption here. So I'd like to see the absorption and then a reload to take it up higher. So we get absorption, then exhaustion, and then we get the entry. So we should have entered like right here. We just jumped in way too fucking early. Truth is, I just want to go to bed, but I guess I could just set it and forget it. Alright, so we get stopped out. Still gonna pay attention here for a moment. It may come back. A little tight on the stop there. But that was the plan. So not a big deal. But I think we'll call it a night. Try again tomorrow. So we return back to 50% here. The sellers held that zone. So looks like we're possibly reverting back down to the other side. Not guaranteed. that level. Still not 100% convinced. Buyers to really protect this right here. Kind of it. Zone where sellers got absorbed before. Do we absorb them again is the question. And do I want to get in another trade is the other question. Some aggressive buyers there. Big wins this little battle. But not a ton of conviction on the move down. There's more room to the downside though. Here. To the upside. I think that's about all I want to take. That's about all I think I can squeeze. Tested there. Okay, not liking that. Not liking that. Make an improvement to this template. Looks like buyers are getting absorbed right now. Out on that. Don't like that at all. Always get back in, right? That's the great thing. So that was pretty strong down move. That's a big wick. We're gonna try again here. aggressive buying volume stepping in, so almost looks like a 3-bar reversal on the 21 range. So all these levels are getting swept, right? We know that. They're a little bit longer. think we got a little more room to the downside here. Maybe. But I do like to see that stop run there. See another pullback here. Yeah, I've seen this before. We get a push down here, we're going to be shorting to the bottom of this zone. So we're just waiting for a little bit of a sign. Another chart open on another screen here. It's a 21 range chart. about there. Start to see some downward pressure here. At least from the options level standpoint. Okay, so this is our short to here. Just a quick scalp. Quick short scalp. The bottom of this range. So doesn't mean it's going to work out, but what we can see is we had this big range that we were in for quite some time. We left the range, tapped back into 50% of it, left it again, came to the other side, left the range, tapped back into 50%, and I'm gonna say that we're gonna come back here before we move back up or down. So this is just a situation I've seen many times. I don't know which way it's going to go. No idea. But I feel like it's going to at least go here before it decides. So that's kind of how that works. If I'm wrong, close out. Make that decision once we get back to this 50% line. We don't take profit first. So this is a 45 tick trade. $11 points. Doesn't mean it's gonna go down. It could like bounce back and take out this whole range again. Push down, I can put my stop and break even here. But yet, I need to break that low. Got in on this a little bit late. Should have been on it at the 50%. I see is pointing down for the moment. Price 29.15, 29.915, 29.910. I'm at 29.911. Okay, so we have this strong effort zone here, so where price effortlessly moved up. Don't know how strong it is. But we just got filled. So sweet. Now we don't know. I don't know where it's gonna go. Alright. My guess would be down. But one leg, two legs. Three legs. High or low. But maybe we come back up. Alright, let's see how smart we can be here. Okay, so sellers right here. Got absorbed. Right here. See it here too. The sellers got absorbed and the price went right back up. Aggressive sellers pop in, price moves back up. Another view, see down here. Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, I turned it down, but thank you. Thanks for the feedback. Is that better? Yeah, I don't have it close enough to the face most of the time. Kind of trying to move around while I trade. So that account's up about, what, 400 today? Maybe a little less. A little more. Let's go back to Apex here. Who's this account? Okay, so we're down 2069. Less than $400 on that one. This is on the $7,500 drawdown account. Thanks, man. So now I don't know. I don't know which way. So the best thing to do is nothing. Maybe go to bed, right? It's almost that midnight fuckery that we have here. Okay, so the way I have these candles set up now is that when they are deeper in color, you see like white and kind of, they're a little less deep in color. That means there's less volume. when they're brighter in color, that means there's more volume in that 21 range candle. So it's really easy to spot where volume is, not time based, but tick based. And then the color of it represents the aggressive buying and selling. So there was more aggressive buying in this 21 range candle than there was in this one. And then here there was more aggressive selling. So aggressors actually pushed the price down here, and you can kind of see that with this purple delta node here. But we ripped, these buyers just got ripped through right here. Got buyers, and then sellers just push the price down. Okay, so it looks like we're continuing down. Sellers are retesting this area that previously got absorbed. And our next level of interest, where buyers really stepped in, is here. This is where it effortlessly moved forward. This is where the most aggressive buyers were. And outside of the value area, here's where the most aggressive buyers, we already passed that though, we're already down here. This is where sellers got exhausted before, so could be some buyers here. So we tap back into this area where we tried to make a decision, a little demand zone, supply demand zone. Here's another trade opportunity soon. So on the higher time frame, got this big swing range right here. See, it's tapping into 50% of it. Did we get a reaction here? So no, buyers are be this zone right here. Another scalp. Where we lost momentum to the downside before. So it came to this zone as advertised. Also gets the 1-to-1. It makes it back. Here. That's a valid zone, and then I'm bullish again. I was hoping it would retrace back a little bit farther into the zone, but that makes it even stronger because it did not break the zone yet, and then it can take these zones and basically get like a 1-to-1 often. So that would have been a 1-to-1 that I missed. Wasn't confident because the highest delta node was not in the same location. Change this up. Similar, but slightly different. Okay, let's look at got this void right here. There's not a lot of options. Gamma. Could go either way. So we're kind of could go either way. I think I'm gonna stay flat here because I don't have confidence. All right, so again, got this big buying. We need to get back above this and then hold it. Different. Only tapped into 30% of it, so that looks good. So we cleared this void over here. Now the question is, are there still sellers here? Let's mark we already have it marked. And get rid of this. This is a level of interest right here. So what I'm expecting now, I don't know if I have patience for it, is consolidation between these two levels of buyers and sellers before it decides to make its next move. Okay, let's look at that ascending wedge. Is that what that's called? So if we hold the bottom of that, we could likely come all the way back to the top. Question is, can we hold it? I like it. Got no room for error with these evals, so I gotta protect my drawdown. So I just trail with a move, right? I'd rather lock that in. Just lock it in, right? It's not like a personal account where you can like hold on to shit forever. Just gotta do it, man. All right, so looks like protection is it right here. I'm still not... Okay, so this is SPX. The situation's changed a little bit. Okay, we're above the 0 line. Usually this is a 0 gex line. It's kind of like a VWAP, think of it that way, but for options. Now this line, this gex line right here is protection. So another trade would be to take a quick scalp from this area right here. And I'm gonna set it up for you right now. Let's find the range. This is a hard range to find because it's kind of an extension. But the low that put in, the high that put in the low, the high that put in the low, put in the high. There it is. It's right here. Low that put in the high. That's the range right there. Obviously, we're not trading S&P, but my thought is I don't think it comes back up there. I really don't. I think we come back down here. I think we come back down to this this red heat map gex area where we protected last time. Right, negative gex usually. If this breaks through here though, it just rips, right? It probably rips. This is probably the extension to where it rips right here. So, because that's gex heat map. So, man, this is kind of a weird, this is like that manipulation. So I don't even know if we call this a zone. Like, is that a real zone? I don't think so. If anything, this right here. And that puts it right on my spot. And I think we're going to go for it. So this is going to be our, that's going to be our entry. Something like that. Now we just need to find that on NASDAQ. So starting to get tired here. Where is that on NASDAQ? So I pretty much worked my way back to break even tonight. Actually up. So I'm up about a couple $100 on the session. Overall, not that it matters. All right, so see if we could figure this out. Usually what I do is remember this is 21 range. This is, let me put on a 5-minute. Okay, so the range, okay, this is a little cleaner on NQ. Okay, so it's one of two levels. And I'm gonna pick this level because it's the biggest. All right, so this is we were in this range. Had this high, or excuse me, high, put in a low that put in this high. All right, and then we made a lower high right here. And then the middle of that range right here coincides with the largest sell volume node, and that's also aligned with the value area high. So, and I think price goes all the way back up there. I'm gonna wait though, but I do see another trade setting up. I see the short, but I see a long coming up to the short. The problem is, ooh, aggressive buyers too stepped in here. So this is the long level. Oh my God, this is like paradise right here. Such a good risk to reward ratio. Like, if it even comes back, that's the question. Get rid of that. You'll be able to see it right here. Right? Risk 225. The win 895. Or not 895. Yeah, 890. That's our sell. What also is, this is where we start to get a little bit of a dampening on the move. Usually the red negative options delta, or sorry, exposure levels. This is a sell. All right, this is good. I kind of want to come all the way up to here though. This is the level right here. And all that shit. Yeah, these sellers are no longer here for the moment. Buyers stepped in multiple times here. They stepped in here. And then they stepped in again right here. I need that pullback. Is what I need. So I need that pullback. So I can get it both ways. So much for sleep. I much prefer scalping the overnight session. I much prefer trying to hold big positions or full rotations or breakouts on New York session. it doesn't have to come back to this level. All right, it could be any of these levels, but this is where I think it's going to bounce. And I'm picking the large level because that's where the most aggressive sellers were. So I'm hoping that they're still there. And we held that channel, and I should have stayed in. I did follow it up once, right? To here. I should have re-entered, man. Like I was right on that ascending channel, right? Isn't that sick? This takes a lot of energy, man, to pay attention to all this stuff. We're back in the middle of that zone. Go figure. So like I was saying though, what's interesting about this zone is that we came into it, ranged around for multiple hours, tried to break through it, failed, came back to the 50%. This happens all the time, by the way. And it depends on the range, but when it looks like it's going to break out, it breaks it, comes back to 50%, then leaves it again before deciding where it really wants to go. So I see this all the time. It doesn't work 100, it works a lot though, especially if you're at a spot where you're breaking out more so than ranging or trending. It works really well in trending as well. And we're trending. I mean, we're trending up at least since 8 p.m. So for like 4 hours, right? And then we're at the top, right? So we break the range, tap back into exactly 50. Sometimes it's 30, sometimes it's 70, sometimes it's 60, right? Who knows where? It's not always 50%, but it's 50% a lot. I try to locate the deeper one because then I have less risk to take on. Because this right here, like there's nothing, right? It's just ripped up and down. So like this is a tough spot to put your risk. And you have this, right? But it's going to rip through, it's going to go. So you have to basically trust that this zone isn't going to get broken. Well, once it gets broken, taps back into it and leaves it, it comes back again and it rips through the whole side of the zone, mitigating it, also tapping into something on the left that was unmitigated at an important level, which is where limit buyers were, or sellers were at some point, and buyers, large numbers of them. Then it comes back, leaves the zone to the other side, taps back into 50%. So what happened here, right here, all right, what happened right here? Oh my God. You can't draw a little rectangle? That's stupid. It extends. So, so we left the range, tapped into 50%, broke it again. Now we made a lower high, broke through the zone again. we could be on our way down, but I'm going to gamble on the probabilities that this is a wedge and we're going to revert back to the other side of it. Okay, that happens a lot. Okay, plus I have indications and other things that also line up. If we don't get filled, we don't get filled. No big deal. But our stop is in a very tight location. So we're putting on 230 of risk to win 895. So it's more than 3-1. Let's see what it actually is. We get filled. I don't know where the text on this is. Right, but it doesn't have to work very often to be profitable. 3.4-1. Okay, we could be 100% wrong, and I'm fine with it because it's 3.4-1. I've done this so many times that I know. Here's another thing. Sellers got absorbed here, okay, before. Also, buyers, there were aggressive buyers here as well. So this zone is being protected. We still might get stopped out, but I mean, that's the logic behind it. It's very tight. This is actually a little bit off. That's 250. It's still 3.4 to about 3.4-1. Here's another thing. On this options, we have this. This is the dampener. It doesn't always have to happen, but this acts as a dampener, and we did not. We got stopped out. So doesn't mean we won't get back in here. We might have just been a little too tight because there's still some buyers down here. So the next entry is here. This is better actually. That was probably the better entry. So we do it again. And we had exhaustion here before with aggressive buyers. And we go for it again. This time we just go for more. Okay, but things are changing. What I see now is different. We got through this dampener. This is a light no. This could be reversal. We could just be consolidating through here. Be nice to get hit and then come back. If we are going to continue down, okay, it's likely going to continue to be in algo mode, right? That's an equal, so this range doesn't even count. So we got these two ranges right here. This is one range, this one pretty much engulfs it. We left the range, we'll tap back into 50% before leaving it again. Or we'll start to work back the other way. Okay, but I'm not convinced that there's any more room to the upside right now. But I think I need to take the shot because I've seen it happen far too many times. So we rip down, made a lower high, made a lower low. We retraced back into about 75% of that range before, almost 100 before leaving it. Now we're gonna likely return to at least 30% of this range before leaving it again to go lower. So we're going to take this entry and we'll see what happens. Okay, we got the dampener that's here again. That might stop it from going up as well. So lots of aggressive, more aggressive buyers. There is volume in these candles, so it's a real move. Aggressive buyers are stepping in, but sellers are absorbing it. Let's see if we get filled here. Should get filled. I think we do. So all right, we're just cleaning up this mess, and then this was a pretty strong absorption. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go one tick up, just in case it gets front run, because this is a pretty strong absorption, which is probably gonna get absorbed again. I could also clean this low and then turn around and go. I could see that. Okay, so we got filled. Let's see if there's some buyers here. We're kind of front running a little bit. And now we need to, we don't need this anymore. Noise. So we're expecting to come back into this range. At least I am. And back to this dampening area. I don't think we come all the way back to 50%, but I do think we retrace a little bit. So I kind of take this range. And we could retrace to 50% because we have this big gap here. But 30% is okay. It's $500. And I'm planning on this absorption level to hold. So we're risking, it's about a 2-to-1. So we tapped into 50% of this area that was absorbed before. It looks like it got absorbed again. Price kind of snapped back pretty quickly. We can always look at a shorter term delta profile to see there were buyers here. Okay, so there are buyers. I might give myself a little, I don't think I need room. I think we're good. I'm just gonna go with it. We should get a little burst here. There's buyers here, so I think it's valid. The trade is validated, and my plan is validated. My stop is risk is set, and whatever happens, happens. But it looks like a strong setup to me. Hey man, good night, brother. Have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out. See you around, man. All right, looks like the sellers are here. Gonna be a little battle here. Might have some consolidation down here too. But we're gonna hold fast with our stop. And they are trying. Be fair, I see this node right here. So, and then I see this dampener right here. I think the take profit is right here. So it's more of a one to one-ish. Because right here we have the dampener, and then right here we have some aggressive selling. That positive exposure. Kind of torn. I don't want to put it higher, but we should lock in profits. It's always the best route. You can always re-enter on a pullback. So yeah, I'm a little torn on this one, but because of this positive exposure level, likely going to be protected. Okay, it doesn't matter, we got stopped out. So give it a minute, because we may re-enter on this. But we're gonna make sure we see something before we do so. Guess not. So go for the quick. Let's go for the quick hit. Sometimes after the stop run, we get a quick snapback. We have this empty void area here where also kind of reacts as a boundary level. We also have these aggressive buyers here, so I'm not willing to give up on this quite yet. There's also more aggressive buying down here, and it looks like they are gone, which is not good for me. But I do think we're okay. Pretty much stopping out if we break this low. Right here. Definitely lots more room to the downside, no doubt. That was crazy. I wasn't expecting that. We also have a good protection level right here, which is also out of the value area, so we should see a response here. Not we're in trouble. We got to this low basically before we're out. I wasn't expecting the full rotation to happen now, but now it looks like we're going to try to take out the lows. But we could turn it around right here, this level. Thank God for drawdown. I like to, this is a little more calm of a view. So I think I'm just gonna hold on to these all night. Okay, so what I see is, put it on this view. So we have this big area where sellers actually came back and broke through, and we're returning to that right now. Okay, so I just wanted to get out of that trade just in case, because we could have what I see is a potential to just to cuck around in here and rearrange. Okay, I don't know if we go higher. Right. Anticipate we return to this range or to this range, but I don't know if that's until we take out these lows now. All right, so on the longer time frame, we are clearly in a down channel. Looks like we're working our way back to the bottom of the channel. So we could have held that, but here's another dampener. I don't think, I don't know. I don't think I think we're going for the lows. You got to put in a few ticks behind because sometimes it likes to wick out the edge of the zone. Okay. So we just bought one. I don't like that the dampener is right here, but I do think we come up to here. And then it then reject back down. Pretty strong bullish candles there. Okay, I like this trade. We have an engulfing candle here with a confirmation, bullish confirmation. think it stays in this range. I mean, if we look at the profile, buyers here, sellers absorb the buyers, aggressive buyers, and aggressive sellers being absorbed. So could be wrong, but I'm willing to take a little more risk on this trade. I want to add, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Not the right thing to do. Large buyers here before too, so they're going to step back in. Same thing here, here. These guys just step back in. So confident I'm on the right side. We have this gap here. I don't think anything's coming through here. We're likely gonna come back up to where my profit is. Hopefully. So see this a lot on the engulfing candle. Taps back into about 50% before leaving it. The safe trade is just taking it to this high from here. It's a range. It's the same thing as the other trade, just the candle in itself is a range. And we turn around and have an engulfing bearish candle right behind it. This is an engulfing bearish candle too, so if that's the case, I expect to come back to here, tap into 50% of it. But here's another bearish candle, engulfing candle, which hasn't been tapped into. So we could come all the way back to here and maybe break the high. Right. Sellers got absorbed a little bit after trying to push price down. Pretty strong if we break through this low. We're gonna take a pretty big L if that happens. So yeah, we need that to hold. It ain't over till it's over. All right, let's reassess. Zero line. 50% of the range. Left the range. Tap back into it. Do we? This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. We're right back in the middle of the range from this morning. I think we range here. So I'm gambling. I'm betting that we stay on the upper half. We don't drop back below. But we shall see. When we have those big sharp drops, it goes back the other way pretty hard. This recovery is more rounded. This one reversed pretty easy. This one not so much. So I don't know, I'm still confident. Underwater but confident. Okay, so there's more aggressive selling right here and it's being absorbed. So we got aggressive selling being absorbed. That's a good sign. That means I don't need to get out yet. Starting to get wobbly, so we might get a big move up to the top here. Come on, baby. He's early to the party. So there's some sellers though, for sure. Some seller shit going down. It's going down. Oh. comes back, it can have it, right? That's the way it is. Comes back, it's loose. I just felt like there was gonna be one of those like wiki snapbacks there. Take out this low, then rip up and sweep this, basically sweep the liquidity and then reverse. That's what it just did. It just took out all the liquidity. You can see it better on this trade here. Kind of. See, like I've moved it behind this line because it took out all this liquidity, all these stops back here. Gives it a chance to run back in the other direction. So that's insane. People lose all their money. While you do that, sometimes you got to re-enter like immediately. It could definitely continue, but it gives you a chance. Plus, there's a lot of signs showing that price kind of wants to stay around here. So we'll see. But essentially, these are two different accounts. Same trade. One on a 1MNQ and another one on 1NQ. Alright, so that's the third. 1, 2. This isn't looking too good. Let's see what happens here. 1, 2, 3, and then does it flip? Do we get the flip? Shouldn't have gotten this trade. I want to be in bed. So hopefully we can just go to bed soon. We get stopped out, we go to bed. We hit the profit target, we go to bed. We get to break even, maybe we go to bed too. So the only thing that's certain is that we're going to bed soon. Either way, I'm going to sleep very well, win or lose. Another liquidity sweep. Wiped all that liquidity. All right, I gotta go to bed. I'm just gonna let this bad boy run, and y'all have a good night if you're still around. Peace. I'm falling asleep at the wheel. Happy trading tomorrow.